Once again, drivers, you should be making your way down PNC Pit Road back to the back stretch for staging. Practice session number 1 for the street stocks. You are up here just in about less than a minute. That will be your opening practice here this afternoon. We wish all of the teams and drivers good luck here this afternoon. And practice for the Firecracker 200 presented by Washington County Tourism on a beautiful afternoon here at the High Bank, Salem Speedway. Right at 3 o'clock, you can see it on the scoreboard back there. Practice getting ready and set to go as the grandstands get to open here just momentarily. Once again, welcome back to the Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. CRA champion. Dalton Connor out there in the number 20 machine, also your current points leader in the Championship Racing Association Street Stocks. Out there right now on the board. Right now, so far, the number 19, Connor Popwell, fastest so far here in opening practice. He is down on PNC Pit Road. Heath Helton going to rotate out. Now, also, Wilkerson's number 61, Jeff Caudill, and Chuck Barnes Sr. out there. Perry Whitson in the Stout Racing Engines number 60. He is out there on the race track right now as well. Brian Bears, number 99, comes out to the track. Jamie Goodman still out there. Paul Hartledge in the number 181 out there now on this one. Marcus Elliott in the LCR Racing 00. He is out there on the track as well. So well underway with session number 1, your one and only, I believe, until qualifying. Practice session for the CRA and Great American Stocks here at Salem Speedway. My thought on that, they will have 2 practice sessions here this afternoon. The other one set to go at 4:25. 4:25 will be session number 2 for the CRA Street Stocks and Great American Stocks. Blaine Aiken back out there in the 05 for the Bowling Green, Kentucky driver. Everyone now well underway right now. 19 Connor Popwell, Jeff Caudill, Chuck Barnes Jr., Heath Helton, and Blaine Aiken, your top 5. And for everyone watching around on YouTube, Facebook page, welcome into Salem Speedway. And oh, Blaine Aiken into the wall over in turns number 3 and 4. He brushes the wall just as I said that. As 05 just barely brushing the wall over in turns number 3 and 4, and he is loose all over the racetrack for the Bowling Green, Kentucky driver. So you got to be careful here at Salem Speedway. Close call with the 05 of Blaine Aiken. Still Connor Popwell, top of the board in practice as he's going to back that Red Ball Recycling, Green Tree Real Estate Services, number 19 up. He'll come back out for more practice laps. John McLaren's going to pull that 06 into PNC Pit Road as well. There's Marcus Elliott and the Dixon Plumbing LCR Racing, number 00, as Craig Luther now going to pull back out to Pit Road. Jamie Goodman, Jeff Caudill back down PNC Pit Road. You can see practice well underway right now. CRA Street Stocks, Dalton Connor in the number 20 going to pull in to his pit area. So good group of street stocks here this afternoon as Brian Bear pulls back down PNC Pit Road. Perry Whitson out there in the number 60 machine. He heads off down the back straightaway yet again. So looking at the top 5 right now on the Salem Speedway scoreboard. Connor Popwell, top of the board like we talked about. Jeff Caudill, Chuck Barnes Jr. goes to the number 3 spot. Your 2023 Great American Stock champion, Heath Helton, right now in the 4th spot. And the 05 of Blaine Aiken from Bowling Green, Kentucky, regular with the CRA Series in that number 5 spot. Heath Helton going to pull back out to the racetrack in the number 16 machine. He will enter turns number 3 and 4. Also out there, Perry Whitson, Chuck Barnes Sr., Connor Popwell back, Trent Bear, and that 23 St. Anthony Tire and Auto Center machine. Also, Wilkerson's number 61 out there, Craig Luther. So a lot of good circulating practice here in session number 1. All won so far by Connor Popwell, number 19.
So right now, Connor Popplewell, 7 minutes into practice right now, 20.070 fast time for Connor Popplewell. 20.127 for Jeff Caudell. Chuck Barnes in that number 44, 20.140. Heath Helton goes fourth. Blaine Aiken fifth, 20.287. Chuck Barnes Senior goes sixth. Dalton Connor seventh. Wayne Edwards eighth. Brian Bair ninth. And Austin Baum rounding out your top 10 so far. If you're wondering who's in that top spot for practice for the opening day. Here comes Brett Hudson's 00. He is out there, the Owensboro, Kentucky driver. He is out on the racetrack. My Race Pass, not too accurate right now, but it is on Race Monitor. So we have My Race Pass. It's not kind of accurate, but Race Monitor is. Want to say hi once again to everyone watching on Facebook and YouTube. Want to give a big shout out to Jeremy Acree Jr. Says hello on Facebook. Hello, sir. Thank you for tuning in on this live look-in. We appreciate all of our viewers watching us out there as we have a three-car battle, kind of seeing what it's going to be like racing side by side. Perry Whitsitt, Heath Helton, and Craig Luther right now. There's those three cars out there in the draft, kind of seeing how it's going to all pan out here this afternoon into the evening here at Salem Speedway. All chasing Connor Popplewell's number 19. He is top of the board right now. So far, 20.127 Connor Popplewell. That's the fastest lap on the track so far here in practice. Austin Baum's going to bring the number 74 back out. Also, Alex Swears, number 38, out there on the racing surface as well. Brett Hudson, Chuck Barnes Jr. back out there as well. Perry Whitsitt doing a phenomenal job in the Stout Racing engine number 60. Top five still the same. FYI, for your information, everyone on the infield, we do not have concessions on the infield. You will have to come to the main side if you want concessions. Once again, we do not have concessions on the infield here tonight. So everyone in the infield will have to come to the main side behind the main grandstand at the State Farm Agent Jason Way concession stands. Thank you. 10 minutes until this practice session will come to a close. 10 minutes until session number 1 for the Great American Stocks and CRA comes to a close. Crown Vics short track. Crown Vics short track, you are next. Crown Vics on the short track, you are next.
And Hawk Harold Adams here on the broadcast with you here today. Street Stocks continuing with their practice session here for another few minutes here till about 3:30. Track is still green for the Street Stocks till about 3:30. We have a new fast qualifier right now as far as first practice goes. Fast time so far now held by the 44, Chuck Barnes Jr., 20.028. Putting down the fastest time so far in practice, bumping Connor Popplewell to 19 back to second fastest so far. So about another 5 or 6 minutes left in this first practice session for the Street Stocks, the CRA/Gas Series cars. Crown Vics, you need to be thinking about getting your way to the staging area soon. You're going to have your first practice on the oval course. Crown Vics short track oval practice number 1 coming up soon. You guys need to be getting ready. 5 more minutes, gentlemen, for this practice session for the street stocks. You have about 5 more minutes of green lap time. Crown Vics, you need to be getting ready. Your practice, your first practice on the short track oval course is coming up.
So far at the end of this time, going to be the number 5 of Chuck Barnes Sr. at the top of the board right now with a 20.028. A lot can change throughout the night. But right now, the end of session number 1, if it doesn't change into the top 5, it is the number 5 of Chuck Barnes Sr., the number 19 of Connor Popwell, 98 of Jeff Caudill, 16 of Heath Helton, and the 05 of Blaine Aiken, your top 5. I want to welcome everyone tuning in on the live look-in on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you for tuning in to the best street stocks in the nation here at Salem Speedway, opened in 1947, celebrating 78 years this year in the 2024 season. Located in beautiful Salem, Indiana, about an hour or so north of the Mason-Dixon line of Louisville, Kentucky. As, of course, Indiana being one of the biggest racing states and racing capitals of the world. Of course, Indianapolis right up the road opened the first racetrack in the world at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and many short tracks around the country here at the Indiana State. Now, here we go, getting ready for Crown Vics. Now, Hawk Harold Adams, pretty much a good group of cars on hand today, looking at the entry list for the short track. So green flag on the racetrack, just 3 minutes left. So Wayne Edwards will be able to come out and take time or take some practice laps in that number 31. Just 3 minutes left in practice. And then we will have the red flag fall. And then Crown Vics will take to the short track. Crown Vic drivers, if you want practice on the short track for session number 1, you need to be making your way to staging. Thank you. So that's going to do it for round one practice for the CRA and Great American Stock Street Stocks. Now, you noticed on the top board back there, I will tell you what is going on there. The number 5, a Chet Barnes Sr. and Chet Barnes Jr. transponders were switched, so it is Chet Barnes Jr. top of the board right now. So we do apologize for that. So Chet Barnes Jr., Connor Popplewell, the 00 of Marcus Elliott. How about that? Top 3 in the board. Jeff Caudell and Heath Helton, your top 5. Coming up next will be the Crown Vics on the short track for their practice. Want to say hello to the folks tuning in on Facebook from Kentucky, Colorado, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and of course right here in Indiana. Thanks for saying hello. You're looking live at the Salem Speedway located in Salem, Indiana. We talked about how historic this track is, opened in 1947, celebrating 78 years here in 2024. So getting ready and set for the Crown Vics on the short track for their opening practice. Now, we don't know how many we have starting, but so far on the entry list, 36 cars on the small track today. So that is what we have on my race pass. So they are up for their practice session here this afternoon.
Never call me a man of the people. I am the man of the people, okay? Legend Series cars. Legend Series cars, a lot of you are in staging right now. We appreciate
That
that
as we keep today rolling with practice. Legend Series practice number 1 set to begin right now, 3:50 to 4:05. You are the first practice up. Practice number 2 will serve as your qualifying time coming up here in practice session number 2. Legend Series, please make your way to the lineup chute if you're not there already. Thank you.
one, Crown Vic figure eight drivers. And we got a car spun on the front stretch. That's going to bring out the yellow and checkered flag. Crown Vic figure eight drivers, we need you to staging. Last group of legends going to come up here shortly. Crown Vic figure eight drivers, we need you to staging, gentlemen. Thank you. Crown Vic figure eight drivers, we need you to go on and make your way around to staging, please. Crown Vic figure eight drivers, we need you to make your way to staging. Crown Vic figure eight drivers, we need you to staging, please. Last group of legends going to park. Staging lane is clear now. We need you to staging, please. Crown Vic figure eight drivers. drivers, you should be in staging right now, please. Crown Vic drivers, you should be in staging. If not, you will not get a practice time in session number 1. You need to be making your way to staging, please. Crown Vic figure 8, you are up next for your first practice session. 5:35 will be your second practice session. That will also serve as group qualifying here tonight. Once again, Crown Vic figure 8 drivers, you need to be making your way to the track. Practice has begun. Great American Stock Car drivers and CRA street stocks.
Your practice session number 2 coming up here at 4:25. About 7 minutes until Great American Stock practice session number 2.
Great American Stock drivers, if you plan on taking part in practice session number 2, could you please go on and make your way to staging, please? Great American Stock drivers, if you plan on practicing in session number 2, please be making your way to staging. Great American Stock and CRA competitors, if you plan on taking part in practice session number 2, please be making your way down PNC Pit Road, the back stretch for staging. Thank you. Race fans, we want to welcome you back to Salem Speedway Fuel
Lottery on a beautiful low humidity Saturday afternoon here at Salem, Indiana's Salem Speedway, a track celebrating our 78th year of competition in 2024. For everyone watching on Facebook and YouTube, welcome on this live look in. Don't forget, if you are not going to be able to make it here tonight, you can purchase this pay-per-view at salemspeedway.tv for the same price as general admission here today. Coming up next, going to be the Great American Stocks practice session number 2. This will be their last practice session before qualifications and time trials. A little bit later on, promptly at 6:10, 10 after the hour of 6, will be Great American Stock CRA, the Championship Racing Association qualifications and time trials. Just a couple housekeeping items. Don't forget, down the back concourse, 6 scoops ice cream in attendance, beer as well, 21 age or older. Adult beverages back there. Enjoy one of those on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. State Farm agent Jason Wade concession stands back there in the concourse. Salem Speedway brand new merchandise for 2024. Plus giveaways tonight for the kiddos. We're going to be drawing tickets throughout the night here. And, of course, as the night goes on, we'll be thanking our great marketing partners for such a fantastic 2024 season, including our series titer sponsors and feature sponsors here on Saturday. Of course, on-site plumbing, heating, and air going to be the Crown Vic Short Track Series for the Hurley's Services 25, the Diesel Parts Carts Legends Series for the Washington County Tourism 25, the on-site plumbing, heating, and air Crown Vic Figure 8 for the Hurley Services 25, and, of course, the CRA Street Stocks and Diesel Boys Great American Stocks for the Washington County Tourism Firecracker 200 here a little bit later on. Our start and restart zone sponsor, Donnie Mingus. Our Victory Lane sponsor, Red Ball Recycling Victory Lane. Safety team sponsors by Impact Rescue Safety Team. And then, of course, all of our track official sponsors here tonight. Red Ball Recycling, the official recycling company. Hoosier, the official racing tire. Whalen, the official safety lights. Sunoco Race Fuels, the official race fuel. Hard Truth Distilling Company, the official spirits. PPG, the official paint products. Hardware Aceware of Salem, official hardware store. Eddie Gilstrap Motors, the official pace truck provider. Schaefer's Oil, the official lubricant. Noss Energy Drink, the official energy drink. Jacoby Cells, the official outdoor power equipment provider. Flying A Motorsports, Hamatro, and Bad Boy Mowers, the official mower of the Salem Speedway. And then, of course, tonight, don't forget, race fans, following the Firecracker 200, we do have fireworks sponsored by Mobile Maintenance. So that is tonight here at Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. Great American Stocks and Championship Racing Association Street Stocks, please be making your way to staging for session number 2. Race fans, we want to welcome you again for coming out today to Salem Speedway. Thank the Lord above that Mother Nature worked out with us this weekend, got all the rain out during the week, kept the humidity down. Of course, we did need rain, that's for sure, for all of our local farmers and whatnot. But here we are, Salem Speedway, going to be a beautiful night of racing for the Firecracker 200 presented by Washington County Tourism. Don't forget, race fans, plenty of racing to come. We kind of forget a little bit. The end of July, now this is not a September race anymore. This is the end of July. It will be the ARCA Menard Series race, July the 27th, underneath the lights here at Salem Speedway for their 110th ARCA race here at Salem Speedway. That will be coming up in a few short weeks. So don't forget, ARCA Menard Series, July the 27th, and also the Diesel Boys Great American Stocks will be on that card as well. Of course, many other races in 2024, including the return of the open wheel cars. The Sprint Car 500 Tour returns to Salem Speedway on September the 7th. That will be that night, so mark your calendars for that weekend. 500 Sprint Car Tour rolls back into the high banks at Salem Speedway. Also, another note, the Halloween 200 coming up in October. That's always one that is circled on the calendars of many. So still plenty of racing. We are over that halfway point, the 2024 78th season of racing here at the High Banks at Salem Speedway. So don't forget to mark your calendar for all of that latest information. You can visit the Facebook page at Salem Speedway or salemspeedway.com. Of course, don't forget, race fans, we have our nationwide podcast, the Wild Will Throwdown podcast. We are in 43 states and 13 countries now. We just had Jeff Bodine, Rick Hendrick's first ever driver, on the podcast with me. Such a great time to sit down with Jeff Bodine, one of the most historic racers, the 1986 Daytona 500 winner. It was awesome to hear the stories that he had to tell on that podcast. We've also had Devin Moran, the Lucas Oil Late Model Series driver. And coming up here shortly, going to be Cody Swanson, the 7-time USAC national champion. And that's going to be one as well. You can go to wildwillgreenwell.com for all of those episodes absolutely free, no charge to you. Coming up next, here they come. This session number 2 for the Great American Stocks and CRA Racing Street Stocks here at Salem Speedway and preps for the Firecracker 200. All let out by that number 75, Shepherdsville, Kentucky, Jamie Goodman. Andrew Teepee in that number 84 from Indianapolis, Indiana. Chet Barnes Sr., Connor Popplewell. Wilkerson's number 61, Chet Barnes Jr., and Marcus Elliott's 00 making their way out to the field. The Bird's Eye Bullet, Brian Bear, Craig Luther, and John McLaren's number 6 also out there. And that's going to be this group. As one goes off, another one comes off PNC Pit Road. So this is session number 2 for the CRA and Great American Stocks here at Salem Speedway.
As you see, caution is out on the racetrack. 31, Wayne Edwards having some issues there. You see he's back underway, but he definitely has a lot of issues there. We'll have to see exactly how much damage he has done there. As this practice session number 2 for the street stocks coming to a brief halt here while we make sure the track is good and clear. You see most of the cars coming off the track here. Going to make some adjustments. They still got plenty of time here in this practice session number 2 for the CRA/Great American Stocks. You see Wayne Edwards there on the main side here coming into the pit area. Going to make some adjustments there. We'll see what they might do as we go back to green flag action here on the track. So things are back to green right now early on in this practice session number 2. You can see on the board there the number 74, Austin Baum, so far being shown with the fastest time in this session. He has a 20.085, so a good run here in this practice session so far for Austin Baum. Still got several competitors out on the track getting ready to go out onto the track. Chuck Barnes Jr. out there now in the 44. I believe he had the fastest time in practice session number 1 earlier. So we'll keep an eye on the times here. Later on, they will do their qualifying session, scheduled to go at 6:10. They will do single car qualifying today for the Washington County Tourism Firecracker 200.
So underway with session number 2 for the CRA Street Stocks and Great American Stocks. You can see track crew getting off a little piece of debris over at the bottom of the apron in turn number 3. So Alex Wares, number 38, going to enter the track now. Look at
suntan, and for 20 bucks you can sit and watch this stuff live. And it's great racing action. Now, if you can't make it to us, if you're watching from anywhere else in the world, it's 20 bucks. SalemSpeedway.tv. Go ahead and get your subscription ready. And when practice and qualifying cuts off and racing begins, we're going to switch from the free live look-in to the paid per-view event on SalemSpeedway.tv. We hope you join us there. You get access to all that racing action live tonight, starting at 7 o'clock. Thanks, race fans.
So as you can tell, the track getting faster by each second. 19.999. How about that? Your defending champion, Heath Hilton, top of the board in practice session number 2 so far. Track is still green. Track is still green. The first car under the 22nd bracket, but just 1/10. That is the 19.999 of Heath Hilton's number 19, or excuse me, 16. So Heath, you knew he was going to be tough here at Salem Speedway. Wayne Edwards looks to make his way back out here after that spin off turn number 4 and that number 31 from the Shepherd's Hill, Kentucky native. Also, Marcus Elliott back out there in the 00 machine. Top of the board, new fast time. That is the number 44, Chuck Barnes Jr. You knew he was going to be fast. He was fastest earlier on in session number 1. As you can see, everyone's time now up on the scoreboard as they come across 19.825. How about that? Chuck Barnes Jr. now top of the board.
Thanks again to all of you fans commenting on Facebook and YouTube. We really appreciate it. Everything that you do out there helps get more eyes on this incredibly historic racetrack. Salem Speedway, the 34.
So Brett Hudson's 00H going to pull in. Third fastest so far on the charts. As you see everyone else coming down PNC Pit Road, there is the number 23,
Trent Bear, St. Anthony, Indiana driver.
Patient, I should say, at our dental clinic. My wife and I, a dental clinic we own, so. 00 of Marcus Elliott and the Dixon Plumbing machine, number 00. Good to see Marcus Elliott back out here. And as you can see, some of these guys not choosing to go out in session number 2, just saving their stuff for qualifications and time trials a little bit later on tonight. Promptly about 10 after 6 going to take place. So this practice session goes until 5 p.m., 4:55, so 10 minutes. 10 minutes left in the Great American Stock CRA practice session number 2. Just 10 minutes left in this practice session. And we're getting word that piece of debris was a spring from that red 00 from Marcus Elliott. So that was the piece of debris they picked up down there in turns number 3. Crown Vic short track practice number 2 and group qualifying. You will be coming up here in about 10 to 15 minutes. Crown Vic practice and qualifying session number 2 for the short track. You will be coming up here shortly. Make your final preparations, please. We want to keep this program going and keep on schedule here tonight. Don't forget, race fans, concluding the Firecracker 200, we will have a big fireworks display over in turns number 3 and 4 to end this weekend with a bang, of course. The Washington County Tourism Firecracker 200 will be the main event tonight. Don't forget, concession stands are open behind the main grandstand. Brought to you by State Farm agent Jason Wade, a proud sponsor of the 2024 concession stands here at Salem Speedway. Also, 6 Scoops Ice Cream back there. They always have phenomenal products, so make sure you check them out. And the brand new 2024 Salem Speedway merchandise, located at the merchandise stand in the concourse. Make sure you check them out as well. Of course, we want to thank Hoosier Lottery, the track naming sponsor, again for coming on board in 2024. We could not do what we do, and I preach that a lot, but it is the marketing partners that keep us alive here at Salem Speedway and a lot of other racetracks here around the country. Less than 10 minutes, Great American Stocks and CRA Street Stocks. Less than 10 minutes for your final practice before qualifying. Crown Vics on the short track. You are next. Five minutes left in this practice session. We want to welcome everyone in on Facebook and YouTube for your comments. We see a lot of comments out there, great comments, the interacting. Salem Speedway, of course, opened up here in 1947 in Salem Speedway. Now, talking about the history, we talked about this on my podcast a couple weeks back when we had Jeff Bodine on the podcast. There was a lot of questions about the history. But right after this facility opened, Sportstrom Speedway came about 2 months later in 1947 down the road. We're about an hour north of Louisville. Then again, of course, the short track was added right after Louisville Motor Speedway closed down. So Thompson family decided to add in the short track roughly after the 2001, I believe. May have to check on that. But and their other questions are added. No, we did not race weekly back in the day. This was always a sporadic schedule here at Salem Speedway. Never a weekly racing series, just kind of sporadic on the racing here. But basically in the racing season, kind of mid-April to late October, being the Halloween 200, being the iconic event here at Salem Speedway, usually adds out to about 2 times a month. Right now we do race here. Now some maybe 1 time a month. We do variations. You can go to salemspeedway.com to check those schedules. But of course we have Arkham Menard Series racing here. We have the sprint cars coming back this year in 2024, which we're very excited about. So a lot of great things happening here at Salem Speedway. Of course, everyone knows the first racetrack in the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, about an hour or so north in Indianapolis. Winchester Speedway, the twin sister of Salem Speedway, came right after that with 37-degree banking. 33-degree banking is the banking here at Salem Speedway, so a lot of great history here about Salem Speedway. Opened as a clay dirt oval, and of course had a walking bridge coming out of turn number 4 right across the track there. So a lot of different modifications here, as great rich history here in Indiana. Now, Indiana still holds the record, the most short tracks in a square mile out of all 50 states in the United States of America. So this is why Indiana is the racing capital of the world to a lot of different people. So pretty cool indeed. Want to thank everyone for tuning in on the live look-in. I know we have people asking questions around the country about this beautiful over half-mile facility, 0.555 to be exact. 33-degree banking, 4 degrees more on the Winchester Speedway. So pretty cool indeed. So coming up next is going to be the short track Crown Vics. They're going to come out for their practice session and qualifying groups. About 36 entered in tonight for the short track. Going to be fun here at Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery.
once again, Crown Vic drivers, you should be staged up, ready to go. This is going to serve as your qualification effort and final practice and qualification here for you today for the Salem Speedway 25 lapper for you guys tonight. So one time, don't forget, this is your qualifying effort. So make sure you are in staging if you plan on taking part in the main event tonight. Don't want to miss your qualifying chance. Thank you.
Thanks again for tuning in, race fans. This is some interesting statistics that we want to share with you. We really enjoy the fact that we have fans watching us from all over the world. So check this out. Obviously, the United States is the #1 country for our fans and our viewers. But you're not going to believe this. The #2 country, this is the #2 country with the most viewers on what we're doing here. What do you think it is? Russia. Russia coming in the #2 spot. Let's call it the #1 spot because the United States obviously is going to be #1. We got most of our viewers here in the United States. But Russia is in the #2 spot. Coming in 3rd is Canada. Coming in 4th, Germany. Coming in 5th, United Kingdom. Holding up the 6th spot is Australia. #7 spot, France. Now check this out. In 8th, Turkey. In 9th, Japan. In 10th, India. Now we're going to go ahead and give it 10 spots. So we're going to call it 11th, but technically it's 10 if we consider the United States as just holding down the number 1 spot. Iraq. So our top 10 in order: Russia, Canada, Germany, UK, Australia, France, Turkey, Japan, India, and Iraq. Check it out. Very cool, fans. We love it. Keep watching, keep commenting, keep liking, keep sharing, and we'll keep putting the show on for you. Thanks so much for watching Salem Speedway.
Group qualifying for the Crown Vics on the short track. We got several more. Of course, we got over 30 cars scheduled to go here, so we'll see how many actually take time. So this second session of group qualifying going on right now.
Number 11, but of course we can't put 3 digits on there. But 228 Kyle Fever goes back to the 3rd spot. So 66 Aaron C, AJC top of the board right now and qualifying for the Crown Vics with another group yet to go.
there for the Crown Vics on the short track. This is their practice / group qualifying. After that session, you see the 66 on top of the board. AJC had a time 17.832, the only car to go underneath the 18-second bracket. Another group of cars you see making their way out into the track now to continue this group qualifying session. This is the final practice / group qualifying. Several cars making their way out to the track today for this event for the Crown Vics. Of course, they had their big event on the big track last night, the Red Whirl Memorial Big Bang 100 on the big track. Had about 46 cars in that event. We're over 30, I believe, so far here today for the short track. Good to see the 58 Jeff Hoover back out there. We see him hit the wall last night. We seen him over there working on that car in the pit area earlier. So good to see that car back out onto the track. So we'll see what the times are after this session here at the Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery.
Now, race fans, some of you have asked about these Crown Vic race cars. These aren't real race cars, are they? Well, they started their lives as a police car. At least most of them started their lives as a police car. There's a lot of these Crown Vics available because police departments around the country, this was a very popular model vehicle to use as a police cruiser. You specifically, if you want to buy one of these cars and come race one of them here with us, look for the Police Interceptor, also known in the business as the PI version of the car. Now, why is that? Because those cars had upgrades to them to be a little bit more beefy than your typical road-going Crown Victoria. Yeah, they have upgrades to the suspension, and they have upgrades to the oil coolers, things like that for these cars to do all the miles that they did as a police car. A lot of these cars are available for under $5,000. You slap a roll cage in them, you put a seat in them, and then you go racing. Race cars, cheap, affordable racing, and that is Crown Vic Racing that you see here today. Enjoy, fans.
Still the 66 AJC on top of the board with that 17.832, the only car to go under 18 seconds. Austin Scott still maintaining second place there in the 110. Then you got the 33 now running third in the group qualifying. I believe that'll probably be Caden Cook in the 33. We'll check on that for sure. Josh Spence being shown fourth in the 69 with a good run so far. And Kyle Fever, the 228, running fifth in the qualifying so far. Running on down the list there a little bit more. Sixth is the 45, John Lister. Seventh is the 09, Hunter Taylor. Eighth is the 32, J. Rob Masterson. Ninth is the 160 of Peyton Whitsett. And 10th right now is the 99 of Ricky Puckett. So a few more cars here coming out. We see a couple cars that have already been out there. So evidently these guys can come out more than once and see if they can improve on their times. We've got a few cars there that we have not seen so far, but after that last session, I believe we had about 29 cars take time so far. So we'll see if anybody in this group, we see the 66, it looks like a 6, but it is 66 AJC. Back out there again, he's already got fast time. As this group getting ready to go green here, as we continue on with the practice/group qualifying for the Crown Vics on the short track, sponsored by On-Site Plumbing, Heating, and Air. I see most of you guys are lining up in the staging area, but Legends, your practice number 2/group qualifying is coming up here in just a couple minutes. So if you're not already in staging, you should be making your way there. Looks like we got maybe one more group of cars for the practice/group qualifying for the Crown Vics on the short track. Now we've seen AJC out there in the 66. He already had fast time. He went out there and then went into the infield, is wondering if something was wrong with the car. He went back onto the track, did a few laps, and actually improved his time even faster, 17.760. So he has fast time so far. Only car to get under 18 as Austin Scott still maintaining second right now in the 110. Then Caden Cook in the 33, Josh Spence in the 69, and Kyle Lefevre in the 228. We see a few more cars out here now. After this will probably be the last session for the Crown Vics. And then we'll start in on Legends with their group qualifying.
Legend Series cars. Legend Series cars, you need to be making your way to staging, please. Legend Series cars, you up next for your final practice and qualification time here today at Salem Speedway. Once again, qualification and time trials for Legend Series cars coming up here momentarily. Race fans, welcome back to Salem
Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. The Washington County Tourism presents the Firecracker 200 here at Salem Speedway, a track that is celebrating 78 years. 1947 it opened up. 2 months later came Sportstrom Speedway. And now we are here on the beautiful high banks. As you see, tough break for David Powell's number 17. As you see on the trailer, headed out, and not a good sign. Tough break for David Powell's number 17 crew. They are going to be a scratch for tonight's Firecracker 200. So moving on closely to the qualifications and time trials coming up for the Great American Stocks promptly at 10 after 6, less than an hour now. Final preparations for the CRA, Championship Racing Association, and Great American Stock Series qualifying. A lot of big storylines coming into that big Firecracker 200 tonight. We'll have those headlines for you and more. As the Diesel Boys Legend Car Parts Legend Series make their way out for their qualifications and time trials here tonight on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Salem, Indiana.
As a reminder for you race fans, this is a free live look-in now. We are at qualifying. We're going to have our opening ceremonies coming up here before racing kicks off at 7 o'clock. And when racing kicks off at 7, you can watch this racing, all the racing action tonight, live for the same price as a seat in the stand. So for only $20, go to salemspeedway.tv, sign up, pay-per-view, $20, same price if you can't make it out here for a seat in the stands. Same price. $20. Watch all the racing tonight. SalemSpeedway.tv. We'll see you there at 7 o'clock.
brand new scoreboard in 2024. Of course, throughout the night, we're going to be thanking a lot of our 2024 marketing partners for making
2024 a success here at Salem Speedway. Believe 5 cars at a time going to be your group qualifying effort as we get closer to the group qualifying for the Crown Vics on the figure 8 course. And then we will go into about 6:10. We will have the Great American Stock and CRA qualifying. We'll go into pre-race ceremonies at 6:55 and 7 p.m. Gonna racing begins here tonight at Salem Speedway. Are in Legend Series qualifying with a time of 16:063. Your fastest time, Eddie Forsythe. In that second time was a 16:138. Ashton Morello in the number 11 machine. Tough break for him yesterday. Was leading in the course catastrophe up front. 16:181. James Vanover fourth, and Tyler Lawton rounds out your top 5. So Legend Series qualifications and time trials up right now. Next group will be going out to the racetrack. A lot of these cars competed this past Wednesday night at the Indianapolis Speedrome when we were up there broadcasting. So a lot of these drivers was at the Speedrome on Wednesday, last night here at Salem, and tonight here at Salem Speedway. Under the iNext Legend Series rules, you can race at any sanctioned Legend Series track if you are under those iNext rules. Sanctioning body out of Charlotte, North Carolina, of course, Bandoleros as well. So next session underway.
going out onto the track for their group qualifying. After that last session, we now have a new fast qualifier, the 35, Max Olmstead II. He was the feature winner last night in the Legends feature, so he's going to try to go back-to-back tonight. So far, fast time, 15.872. That is the fast time so far to beat. We see the 24, Sam Johnson, is second. 19, John Robbins is third. 80, fourth place, the number 8, Eddie Foss Knight. And 11, Ashton Morello. Top 5 so far as we continue on with group qualifying for the Legends. Looks like the 35 of Max Olmstead II still on top of the charts with that 15.872. Sam Johnson still running second. But we see the 38, Galen Clark, now on the board third. He actually finished third in the feature event last night, had a great run. John Robbins in the 19 falling back to fourth, and Eddie Foss Knight in the 8 goes back to fifth.
Crown Vic Figure 8 drivers. Crown Vic Figure 8 drivers, you need to be making your way to staging, please. Crown Vic Figure 8 drivers, you need to be making your way to staging for qualifying. Thank you. Gentlemen, we're not going to wait on you. Crown Vic qualifying up next. For the Legend cars, sponsored by Diesel Boys Carts and Parts, as they will turn that Legend car around out of turn number 4, go down the front straightaway. Once again, Crown Vic drivers, I don't see any of you in the lineup. Shoot, please. Crown Vic drivers, figure 8, you need to be making your way to staging, please. Your qualification is up next. Crown Vics, please be making your way to staging, please. Thank you. Qualifying, Max Olmstead the second, top of the speed charts, picked up the feature win last night, going to try to go back-to-back. Indianapolis Speedrome this past Wednesday. He had a good group as me and Tori were on the broadcast at the Indianapolis Speedrome this past Wednesday, so we got to see a lot of these Legend cars on the 5th mile at the Indianapolis Speedrome. So good to have a lot of Legends cars with us here tonight. Crown Vics making their way around 20 on the books here tonight for the figure 8, 35 for the short track oval. Going to be fun here tonight at Salem Speedway. So getting ready and set for qualifications and time trials for tonight's Crown Vic figure 8 event. Great American Stocks, just a FYI, 6:10, 10 after 6, you will be making your way to staging. You will be qualifying as your peel had been drawn. So you will draw and qualify how you line up. So that is going to be coming up here at 6:10 for qualifications and time trials. Race fans, we want to thank our 2024 track corporate sponsors, TLG Peterbilt of Louisville, Tumbleweed, Jasper Group, Marshall Monuments, O'Reilly Auto Parts, P3 Graphics, Property Scope, Rapid Fired Pizza, Jolted Cow, Mid-Southern Savings Bank, Lefebvre's Curbing, C&T Industrial Services, First Harrison Bank, Sullivan's Concrete Coating, Brooks Roofing, Green Tree Real Estate Services, Salem Rental, and Scottsburg Lanes. We can't thank our corporate sponsors enough. Also, Contingency World. Here we go. Dalton Connor Racing Fast Qualifier Award. The Diesel Boys Great American Stocks Fast Qualifier will receive a $200 cash bonus from Dalton Connor Racing. 5-Star Race Car Bodies will sponsor the 5-Star Race Car Bodies Hard Charger Award at each Diesel Boys Great American Stock event in 2024. So we can't do what we do if it wasn't for our 2024 marketing partners. As we get ready, Hawk Hero Adams, Will Greenwell in the booth. And Hawk, we have been on it lately. Here we go. We're completing this long 6-race stretch this week. 4th of July weekend all comes to a close for us. We get a little bit of a break, a little bit of a rest. We're over the halfway point of the 2024 season. Just to remind everyone, KKR, Kentuckiana Kart Racing. I will be back there on Friday, July the 12th. Check out the KKR Series down at the Sportsdrome Speedway. I will miss one of those events because coming up August 2nd will be the Buckeye Figure 8 Nationals at the Painesville Speedway. We'll be heading up there to the Buckeye Figure 8 Nationals Outlaw Figure 8 event. Then it'll be off at the end of the year to California and then Seattle, Washington. So a lot of stops for the 2024 season for us. But, man, here we are at Salem Speedway, Firecracker 200 weekend. You couldn't ask for a better weekend.
Yes, beautiful evening here. After we had the little bit of scare with the rain yesterday, we got it out of the way, got the track all cleared up. It was really nice. No problems today. Sunny skies out here tonight. A little bit less humid. We'll take that in early July. As you see the cars making their way out on the track, this will be practice session number 2/group qualifying for the Crown Vics on the Figure 8 course tonight. And as Will said, we have about 20 listed. We'll see how many make it. It's possible we could have some extras pick up on the tail of the field later on because the oval race will be first. That'll be the first race of the evening, then the Legends, and then the figure 8, and then, of course, the main event at the end for the street stocks, the Washington County Tourism Firecracker 200. So group qualifying right now going on for the Crown Vics on the figure 8. And do not forget also, after all the racing is complete tonight, we have a big fireworks show. So enjoy that. Enjoy the weather and the races. So welcome here to the Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery.
Also, FYI, if you've lost a racing electronics receiver, that can be picked up at the concession stand. A racing electronics receiver was found, and you can pick that up at the concession stand behind the main grandstands. Thank you.
Jacob Robertson putting in a time of 23.153. He was your feature winner last night for the Crown Vics on the figure 8, setting fast time so far. 66 AJC is second, 23.656. Another group of cars coming out now for their group qualifying session here for the Crown Vics on the figure 8. Going to have a good field of cars out here for the figure 8 race tonight. We had, I think, about 10 or 11 cars last night, so we should get plenty more than that to do the figure 8s tonight, as we got nearly 40 cars thereabouts all together for the oval race. So should be some good Crown Vic racing again tonight, as this second group of cars out there for group qualifying now for the figure 8.
And just got word it is not Aaron C. AJC in the number 66 tonight. Going to be Andy Perryman in the number 66 for the figure 8 course. So Andy Perryman in that P2 right now. So number 66 of Andy Perryman out there on the track, who was on the track but set a good kind of lap out, Garrett Adams.
Yeah, and he knows how to get around the course on the oval or the figure eight, so no surprise there in putting down a good time. But Jacob Robertson definitely, your fast qualifier, definitely going to be the man to beat again tonight, trying to go back-to-back here at Salem Speedway. And another set of cars completing their group qualifying. Still looking at Jacob Robertson up top in that 91 and Andy Perriman in the 66. You see Alan Douglas there running third on the board. Jake Wells having a good run in the 13. In fifth, that is the 10M of Devin McKinsley as the next group of cars make their way out onto the track for more group qualifying for the figure eights. You see Jeff Huber in the 58. Good to see him back. Kobe Shelton, I'm assuming in that 114, doesn't normally run figure eight. A lot of these cars, of course, running regularly at the Sportsdrome. He runs regularly on the oval, but really haven't seen him much in the figure eight. We'll double check, make sure it's actually him in that car, if he's got a figure eight driver, or if he's decided to try some figure eight tonight. The 77X there, Kenny Humphrey. David Hollenbach in the X42. You see Jake Wells back out there in the 13.
Once again, we want to welcome everyone on Salem Speedway's Facebook and YouTube page. Welcome here to the beautiful high banks at Salem Speedway in Salem, Indiana. A lot of questions coming in online about some of the viewers who did not know about Salem Speedway. Yes, they do qualify in figure eight racing. Figure eight racing is a pretty important sport around these parts. Of course, Indianapolis Speedrome, Sportsdrome Speedway, Salem Speedway, Louisville Motor Speedway, kind of the hotbed of figure eight racing competition here. And this is where kind of figure eight racing got its ranks. So, yes, qualifications and time trials are here tonight for this race event. So, I want to welcome everyone. Going to finish the final session, take a little bit of a break here before we move closer to the qualifications and time trials for the Great American Stocks and Championship Racing Association Street Stocks. Going to finish this up. Hawk Carrot Adams will give you the rundown on the times, and we'll welcome everyone and give you a little bit of a break before we get everyone for the street stocks in place here tonight for the Firecracker 200 presented by Washington County Tourism.
All right, got a little bit of a break here now until we get into the qualifying for the Washington County Tourism Firecracker 200. Qualifying will start now officially at 6:15. So street stock guys, pay attention, 6:15 qualifying will begin. So we got a little bit of a break here. We'll make sure everything's good to go with everything else, all the lineups with the short track. Make sure the track is good, ready to go for qualifying. 6:15 will be the qualifying time there for the street stocks for the big Firecracker 200. And looking over the qualifying real quick, we just seen for the Crown Vics on the figure eight, Jacob Robertson staying on the top of the board there, 23.153. Andy Perriman will be in the 66, he'll be second fastest. Then Jake Wells in the 13, Alan Douglas in the 93, Devin McKinsley in the 10M. And looking on down the qualifying list for the figure eights, 228 Kyle Lefevre, 77 Jackson Ziegler, 160 Peyton Whitsett, 58 Jeffrey Hubray, X42 David Hollenbach, 43 Kevin Vaughn, the 79Z of Brian Ziegler, the D4 Darren Reisinger, 114 Kobe Shelton, the 110 of Austin Scott, and the 77X of Kenny Humphrey. So I believe that's 16 cars taking time. We could have some add-ons when it's time for their 25-lap feature later on in the evening for the on-site plumbing, heating, and air Crown Vics on the short track and on the figure eight course. So as I said, street stocks, your qualifying will begin at 6:15.
Here, catch our breaths, save our throats, that is, and get ready to have a little bit of qualifying fun coming up next for the Great American Stocks. We're going to play some music. Great time to go visit the Jason Wade State Farm concession stand. The beer booth is open, the Salem Speedway merchandise, everything in the concourse. Before we get everything in order here in the press box for qualifications and time trials, once again, welcome back to Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery.
American Stock Drivers. Great American Stock Drivers, this is your first call. Please be making your way down PNC Pit Road for qualifying. Great American Stock Cars, this is the first call for qualifying. You need to be making final preparations and making your way to the lineup chute for qualifications here tonight on the Washington County Tourism Firecracker 200. pit road. Heath Helton back there, the number 16 is in line. We need the rest of you to start making your way back that way, guys. We want to keep this schedule rolling. Thank you.
Call for Great American Stocks and Championship Racing Association Street Stocks. 5 minutes set to begin qualifications and time trials. Once again, 5-minute call for Street Stocks to make your way down PNC Pit Road. Thank you. Qualifications and time trials for tonight's Washington County Tourism 200 Firecracker as we get ready and set to go. Great competitors in action tonight. Who's it going to be? We'll find out here at the conclusion of this. As we get ready and set for qualifications, we appreciate the patience as we get everyone in order here tonight. So here we go. Your first qualifier out of the gate is the H&R Agri-Power Bushhawk Fisher's Towing Miles Racing Fuel, defending Great American Stock Champion. This is the number 16 of Heath Helton from Philpott, Kentucky. He will see the green flag off turn number 4, and we are officially underway with qualification. Heath Helton, great run. Did not have the 2024 that he had won it in 2024 coming into the 78th season here at Salem Speedway. Going to try to capitalize on that here tonight. So here we go. 16 of Heath Helton going to see the green flag officially wave for his time trials. Heath Helton makes his way over in turns number 1 and 2 as they will get one warm-up lap. Head off down the back straightaway once again. Coming to the stripe, we're going to see what kind of lap times we're going to get here tonight. Over a 100-degree track temp here at Salem Speedway tonight. White flag out by Barry Schmidtley. First time going to be a 19.621, 19.621 for Heath Helton. Now, we only seen about 2 cars in that first session under that 22nd bracket, and he's going to say, I'm done. That is good enough for him. 19.621 going to be the official time of record for Heath Helton in the number 16 machine. That is the time to beat, 19.621 for Heath Helton. Up next in the number 23 machine, the St. Anthony Tire and Auto Center, Seafring Lawn Care, Excavating, Shot Electric Chevrolet from St. Anthony, Indiana. This is Trent Bear. Trent Bear in the number 23. So your next qualifier making his way, getting ready to see green flag wave as the number 23 heads on down the back straightaway. He enters number 3 and 4. The high side preferred, white flag. Now 1 lap to go here as he will see, and 19.898. So you're going to make that a wave off lap. It will be coming to the white flag now. So down the back straightaway, 19.898. 1 lap to go for the number 23, Trent Bear. So off turn number 4 for Trent Bear, he will see the white or checkered flag, there a little bit faster, 19.847. Still Heath Helton top of the board. Up next, Round O, South Carolina is where this driver calls home, making the about 10-hour trip up. This is the Cowboy Come Cannon and Distillery, Webster Plumbing Gas, Peoples Plumbing and Gas. From Round O, South Carolina, the Chevrolet Curtis Peoples in the number 42, your next qualifier. Curtis Peoples in that number 42. Been a couple of years since we saw Peoples here, so good to have the South Carolina driver back with us here at Salem Speedway. So off turn number 4 for the number 42 machine. He comes to the white flag, 20.595, 20595 for Curtis People. Going to have to pick up here on lap number 2. Head off down the back straightaway. He goes for the number 42 crew. You can already see a little bit of shade covering turns number 3 and coming over to 4. So outside turn number 4 for the 42 team. Checkered flag will wave a little bit quicker, 20.267, good enough for 3rd. Up next, the Dixon Plumbing, CJ's Trailer Sales and Camper Repair, Potts Construction, LCR Race Car Chevrolet from Henryville, Indiana. This is the 00 of Marcus Elliott. Marcus Elliott in the 00. So Marcus Elliott works down the back straightaway as he heads on down to turns 3 and 4, coming to the white flag from Barry Schmidtley on top of the flag stand. Off turn number 4 for Marcus Elliott. Marcus Elliott going to be 20.340, good enough for fourth place out of 4 cars. 20.340 for Marcus Elliott. It's headed off down the back straightaway. So over in turns number 3 and 4, he drifts up the track just a hair coming out of turn number 4. Going to try to pick that up. Fastest lap seems to be lap number 2, and it is almost to the 19-second bracket. 20.113, good enough for third fastest for Marcus Elliott. Up next, the driver who has many laps around Salem Speedway in the Gilbert and Mitchell Ha Brothers Truck Releasing Barnes Auto Service Chevrolet from Louisville, Kentucky. It'll be veteran Chuck Barnes Sr. in the number 5 machine. So Chuck Barnes Sr., your next qualifier, pretty much top 5 all afternoon. Drift it back to about 7th or 8th. But here comes Chuck Barnes Sr. out of turn number 4. He goes third fastest, 19.897. Going to have to be better here on lap number 2. Right now, Heath Helton, Trent Bear, and Chuck Barnes Sr., your top 3. Chuck Barnes Sr. works out of turns number 3 and 4. To the stripe, to the veteran. Second, quick 19.714, so P2 on the board. Up next in the number 99, the Englert's Home Center, Right Way Diesel, Hoosier Best One, Ironhead Tire USA. From Birdseye, Indiana, the Birdseye Bullet, Brian Bear, your next qualifier. Brian Bear working down the back straightaway right now as he heads off down to turns number 3 and 4 in that beautiful number 99 machine. Coming to lap number 1, we'll find out what we're going to get for Brian Bear. And it's going to be third fastest, 19.775. Not a bad first lap for Brian Bear. He works down the back straightaway once more. Brian Bear working his way over in turns 3 and 4 right now with that orange and gray number 99. He exits turns number 4 right now to the stripe. And second, quick 19.706. Good lap by Brian Bear. Up next in the number 38 machine, it will be the Beacon Community Credit Union Slabjack Diesel Boy Chevrolet from Louisville, Kentucky, to be Alex Ware in the number 38 machine. Alex Ware now going on his qualifying attempts. Little bit of poof of smoke out of the right side of that car. Going to have to keep an eye on that as he heads off down the back straightaway. So don't know if that car is up to par or not. White flag for Alex Ware, 19.864, good enough for 5th right now. As he makes his way down turns 1 and 2, down the back straightaway, gets a little bit loose. Just doesn't seem like that car working on every powerful thing it's got underneath the hood. Out of turn number 4 right now, and he's off the gas. Yeah, something going right on that number 38 machine. Got crew going to have to go to crank and see what's going on with the 38 machine. He'll be 5th fastest. Up next, the Hunter Station Pizza, Locker Room Pub, Hoosier Truck Sales, Tim's Body Shop, Chevrolet from Scottsburg, Indiana. It'll be Jeff Caudell. Jeff Caudell in the number 98 machine. He will be your next qualifier here in Championship Racing Association Great American Stock Qualifying. For tonight's Washington County Tourism Firecracker 200 is Alex Ware slow off the pace, going to try to make it to PNC Pit Road. First lap, 20.039, 20039 for Jeff Caudell's number 98. Doesn't break into the top 5 right now. He will be 6th place so far on the pylon. So off turn number 4 for the number 98 machine. Checkered flag in the air. And breaks into the 19-second bracket, 19.747, 4th place for Jeff Caudell. Up next, Andrew Teepee from Indianapolis, Indiana, and the Carl Cleans Auto Sales, McGill Restoration, Peters Auto Service Chevrolet, the number 84 of Andrew Teepee, running for the CRA Street Stock Points Series this year in 2024. He heads off down the back straightaway for the number 84 team. So Andrew Teepee making his way to turns 3 and 4 off turn number 4 right now. And he's going to be a 19.973. That is good enough for 7th spot right now, right behind Alex Ware's 6th place. So Andrew Teepee going to go down the back straightaway. So off turn number 4, the 84 team. Final lap coming to the stripe. It's going to be a 19, or actually 20, a little bit slower there on the second lap, 20.029. Up next, the 00H machine from Owensboro, Kentucky, the Hudson Machine Shop, D&J Auto Parts, Kelly Trucking, Fisher's Towing Chevrolet. This will be Brett Hudson. Brett Hudson and the 00H machine. Top 5 in the pylon a little bit earlier on in practice session number 1 and 2. We're going to see what he can do here in qualification. So off turn number 4 for Brett Hudson. First lap going to show up as a 19.487. Quick time for Brett Hudson so far in a blazing fast lap as he goes down the back straightaway. Going to try to be even quicker here on lap number 2. 19.487, the time of record for the first lap. Second lap here coming to the stripe for Brett Hudson in that 19.487. It will be a little bit slower, 19.644. Doesn't matter. Going to be quick time overall so far. Up next, the Diesel Boys, Wilkerson Enterprises, SNS Fabrication Chevrolet from Mount Washington, Kentucky. It will be Kevin Wilkerson in the number 61 machine. Kevin Wilkerson in the next time. Here we go. So Kevin Wilkerson was unsure if he was going to make the field here tonight, but they cranked on that car all night long in the number 61 camp. First lap for Kevin Wilkerson is going to come to the stripe. It'll be a 20.613, 20613 for Kevin Wilkerson. 11th out of 11 cars so far who have taken time. Kelvin Wilkerson goes by on the back straightaway once again and going down into turns 3 and 4. So Diesel Boys, Wilkerson Enterprises, SNS Fabrication on side of the number 61. And a little bit quicker, 20.179, and he will go 10th quick so far. Up next, in the Badger Day Lighting, Kingsbury Concrete and Trucking, Stivers Heating and Air Chevrolet from Mount Washington, Kentucky. It will be the 48 of Craig Luther. Craig Luther, your next qualifier. So Craig Luther now on his qualifying attempts as he comes out of turn number 4. White flag this time, not a bad lap, 19.948, 19948 for Craig Luther. Coming to the final lap this time by down the back straightaway. Going to try to pick it up for Craig Luther's number 48. 8th quick so far here in qualifying. We'll see what he can do here on lap number 2. Bumps it up 2 spots to 6th fastest, 19.814. Up next, the DHP Racing Jim Johnson Automotive, the Lawn Barber, Adcock Garage Chevrolet from Bowling Green, Kentucky. It'll be the number 5 of Blaine Aiken. Blaine Aikens, number 5, your next qualifier. Your next qualifier, Blaine Aiken, works over in turns 3 and 4 outside turn number 4. The white flag shows for Blaine Aiken. 19.756 right now. That's going to be good enough for 6th. 1 spot out of the top 5. Can he pick it up for the CRA racer from Bowling Green, Kentucky? Gets a little bit loose entering turns 3 and 4. Comes out of turn number 4 for the number 5 Tam. And there we have it, the 19.914, a little bit slower. Going to stay 6th fastest. Your next qualifier in the number 74, Bombs Racing Supply, MR Heating and Air, El Tarasco of Shepherdsville, Kentucky, the Ernst Landscaping Chevrolet. That'll be Austin Baum. Austin Baum in the number 74, your next qualifier. $19.787 for Austin Baum. That's going to be good enough for 7th quick so far. Going to have to pick it up here on lap number 2. Austin Baum going to go down the back straightaway once more. He enters turns number 3 and 4, the high side preferred groove here at Salem Speedway. As he exits turns number 4 right now, he'll come to the stripe, and 19.926, a little bit slower there, going to stay in that 7th position. Up next, he was an Outlaw Figure 8 winner this past Wednesday at the Indianapolis Speedrome. He is your current points leader in the CRA Series and your defending champion in the CRA Street Stocks. It is the number 20, the Paradise Lawn and Landscape, Two Blonde Salon, Maston & Kane Warehousing Chevrolet from Greenfield, Indiana. It'll be Dalton Connor. Dalton Connor in the number 20 machine. White flag for Dalton Connor. Picked it up more than he did in practice. 19.781. 19.781. 7th quick so far for Dalton Connor. He heads on down the back straightaway in the number 20 machine. He exits turns number 4 right now, coming to the stripe for the number 20 team. And a little bit slower, 19.874. Up next, first-time racer here in the street stocks, the MR Hitting Era Journal and Graphics. Infamous Weapons, Connor Race Supply Chevrolet from Brandenburg, Kentucky. It'll be Paul Hartledge. Paul Hartledge in the 181. Driving for Katie St. Clair Racing in that 181 racing stable, Chevrolet. A lot of good marketing partners came on board of 2024 for Paul Hartledge in that 181 machine. He comes out of turn number 4 right now. Time going to be a 20.298 for Paul Hartledge. That's going to be good enough for 16th fastest. 16th fastest so far. Coming to his final lap here momentarily for Paul Hartledge in that 181. Did a phenomenal job last time out. Finished on the lead lap. Great to see a competitor and future racer in this sport. And he's going to stay 16th that time, a little bit slower, 20.442. Up next, the Sheridan Mechanical KES Electric Property Scope Chevrolet from Shepherdsville, Kentucky. This will be the number 31 of Wayne Edwards. Wayne Edwards in the number 31, your next qualifier. So far, 15th fastest, 20.209 for Wayne Edwards, number 31. He'll head off down the back straightaway, try to improve on that. Almost touching the outside wall. Here comes Wayne Edwards for lap number 2. He's going to be a 20.159, just a tad faster. But he's going to be back there in 14th spot so far. Up next, the gentleman who came on my podcast episodes ago said he's looking forward to the 2024 season. This is the Red Ball Recycling, Green Tree Real Estate, TNC Construction, Richie's Auto Body, Chevrolet from Jeffersonville, Indiana, Connor Popplewell. Connor Popplewell, number 19, your next qualifier. Connor Popplewell, third fastest so far, 19.698, top 3 so far. Going to try to improve on lap number 2. Good run so far by Connor Popplewell's number 19. He enters turn 3 and 4 outside turn number 4 for the number 19 machine. Coming to the stripe. Third fastest still, 19.730. Top 3 so far. Up next in that 06 machine, it is the Sheridan Mechanical KES Electric Property Scope Chevrolet from Louisville, Kentucky. John McLaren, 06 machine, your next qualifier. John McLaren in that 06 looking to be up the speed, 21.145. He's been fighting that car all afternoon long. Now 19th out of 19 cars for John McLaren. John McLaren coming around turns 3 and 4. Once again, had problems earlier in practice. Going to try to keep that car going in that 06 machine. 20.727. A little bit faster, going to stay 19th fastest so far. Up next, a gentleman to watch, that's for sure. It is the United Mechanical All-Star Truck Repair Derby City Recycling Chevrolet from Louisville, Kentucky. Chuck Barnes Jr. is number 44, your next qualifier. Chuck Barnes Jr. outside turn number 4 to the stripe. Second quick, 19.602. 19.602, second fastest for Chuck Barnes Jr. Coming out of turn number 4 right now, stays to the high side. Here he comes, Chuck Barnes Jr. Will he go top of the board? He does not. He will stay second quick, a little bit faster there, 19.487. So far, Brett Hudson top of the board. Up next in the Night School of Welding, Hadley signed the Good Vibe Garage Epic Coating Chevrolet from Shepherdsville, Kentucky. This will be Jamie Goodman in the number 75 machine. Jamie Goodman, your next qualifier. Jamie Goodman comes out of turn number 4. We'll see what kind of lap times we're going to get from the number 75 team. He will be 15th fastest, 20.084, 20.084 on his first lap. Jamie Goodman, number 75, heads off down the back straightaway once again. He enters turns number 3 and 4. He'll exit turns number 4. Jamie Goodman going to see if he can pick up lap number 2 here. And he will stay 15th fastest, 20.033 faster of the two. Up next in the Stout Racing Engines, Amerigo Machinery A1 Transmission, Souder Construction Chevrolet from Shepherdsville, Kentucky. This will be Perry Whitsitt. Perry Whitsitt in the number 60, your next qualifier. Perry Whitsitt going to be 21st fastest, 20.503, 20503 for Perry Whitsitt on that last first lap. Here we go down the back straightaway. Outside turn number 4 for the final time. Perry Whitsitt in that number 60 machine will stay 21st, 20.503. And that's going to do it for qualifying. Did not take a time. Scott Wisman's 24 and David Powell's number 17 machine. And how about that with an overall fastest time in that 00 machine of a 19.487. Let's give him a round of applause. Brett Hudson, your overall fastest qualifier. Race fans, welcome back to Salem Speedway. Just concluded the last preliminary action here of the night. Going to make some final preparations here in the press box before opening ceremonies. Hawk Carrot Adams, Will Greenwell here with you as we get ready for a fantastic Firecracker 200 presented by Washington County Tourism. The concession stand is open behind the main grandstands, of course sponsored by Jason Wade, State Farm agent. Also, we had a pocketbook found at the concession stand. They have that back there, so it has a phone in it. So if you've lost your phone, please come claim that at the State Farm Jason Wade concession stand. We're going to take a breath here, just catch our breath a little bit, get everything here in the press box set up before we get ready and start opening ceremonies. Once again, welcome back to the Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery.
Wow, race fans, that was some incredibly awesome qualifying that we just saw right there. And if you're watching online, this has been free. So now we're going to move over to salemspeedway.tv. It's only $20. Same price as a seat in the stands. If you're close, if you're anywhere near this track, get out here. Check out this awesome weather. Check out the concession stands. Come and spend some money and watch some local racing. This is incredibly awesome. But if you're online, if you can't make it here, to all of you fans all around the world, it's only 20 American dollars on salemspeedway.tv. That's it. $20. We got some opening ceremonies coming up next. Stick with us. Watch the invocation. Listen to our Star-Spangled Banner. And then we're going to kick off racing. But thanks for being with us. We appreciate your comments. We appreciate your likes and your shares. Thanks for watching.
Vic
Drivers, Crown Vic drivers.
drivers on the short track oval. We need you to be making your way to staging, please. Crown Vics on the short track for the oval. You need to be making your way to staging, please. Thank you. Crown Vic drivers on the short track. You need to be making your way over to staging, please. Crown Vics on the short track. You need to be in staging. Thank you. And now, race fans, it is now time for
Opening ceremonies. If you would, please rise and remove your racing gear. for tonight's invocation, I'm going to turn it over to Chaplain Mr. Rob Lee.
Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, we're so thankful for today. We're thankful for a beautiful day you've blessed us to be able to enjoy a sport that we love so much. We thank you for these drivers and teams that have come together today to compete on the battlefield. Father, we just pray that you would be with them, that, Father, as you would grant them victory, you would also grant them safety, Lord. Watch over them and their teams. Father, for all those that are involved today, from the officials to the safety crew, to those in the grandstands, the great fans that we have here, working concessions, everyone that's involved, Father, we thank you for them and their service. Lord, speaking of service, we celebrate this weekend of freedom, and we thank you so much for those that are serving currently in the military and those that have previously served, Father, so we can enjoy the freedoms that we have today. Lord, thank you so much for the freedom that we find in Jesus Christ, your Son, and it's in his name we pray. Amen.
And now please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Thank you very much, race fans, and welcome back to Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery on night number 2. It is the Washington County Tourism presents the Firecracker 200 as we get ready for Crown Vic Racing on the short track here tonight, and that's going to be a good one coming up here. It is the on-site plumbing, heating and air Crown Vic short track 25-lap feature. Now, a big news story coming from yesterday, or time limits. So I'll let Hawk Carrot Adams explain that. Hawk, welcome back to the Salem Speedway. Glad to be back here tonight.
Thank you, Will. Thanks for having me back again for day 2 here of the big Firecracker 200 weekend. And yes, we are getting ready for our first event. We see the Crown Vics going into the staging area. Several of them now following in. We need to get a whole lot more, as you